మేడం వచ్చున్నారో లేదో చూస్తున్నాను మేడం.
సీతామణికి మేడం జాయిన్ అయ్యారు.
Madam, I have joined.
Yeah, madam join అయ్యారు. Welcome అండి.
Thank you.
I am Sandhya, head of the department and center.
Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are clearly audible. Yeah, okay.
Hello, Sita.
Ma'am, Chandrakala ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
ఇక్కడ మా మేడం డీన్ మేడం ఉన్నారు, ప్రొఫెసర్ భారతి గారు, డీన్ స్కూల్ ఆఫ్ సోషల్ సైన్సెస్ మేడం ఉన్నారు.
Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Okay.
After a long
ఎవరినైనా ఫోన్ చేయమనమ్మా మమతా మేడం కు. మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేసుకోవచ్చు కదా.
అలాగే
మన వాళ్ళని ఎవరినైనా ఫోన్ చేయమనండి, మీరు స్టార్ట్ చేసుకోండి. ఎందుకంటే అందరూ ఉన్నారు, లేట్ గా జాయిన్ అవుతారు.
డబ్బులు ఇస్తారా, గ్యాస్ వేసుకొని పెట్టారా?
అదే స్టార్ట్ చేసుకోమని చెప్తాను.
స్టార్ట్ చేయండి. హలో. Good afternoon to you all. The national webinar on atrocities against women on the eve of International White Ribbon Day.
ఎక్కువ వస్తోంది, మ్యూట్ చేసుకోమనండి ప్రభాను.
అదే చేస్తున్నా మేడం. మీరు కూడా మ్యూట్. Before starting the program, I must thank my university authorities, Professor D. Janagaru, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam for her untiring efforts in making us visible. She also has congratulated the team and wished this event be a successful one. And due to preoccupied commitments, not able to join this program. Thank you very much, madam, for your concern and also comments. I mean, positive comments on us and untied efforts to make us visible. Thank you so much, madam. I am also very much thankful to rector, past rector and the present director for IIIT Idupulapaya for her constant encouragement to the center staff. And I thank Professor D. Mamata Garu for her constant support and encouragement in selecting and organizing vivid programs by the Women's Studies Center. Further, I cordially invite our inaugural addressee, Professor T. Bharati Garu, Dean, School of Social Sciences, Humanities and Management, Professor G. Sanjay Rani, Head, Department and Center for Women's Studies, and also Professor N.P. Chandrakala Garu, Department of Law, for this webinar. I am also welcoming our valuable resource persons, Dr. Sita Manikam, Associate Professor, Department of Law, Andhra University, and Professor K. Shanti, Retired Professor, University of Madras, Chennai, for their ready acceptance to be the resource persons for the today's webinar. I deem it a pleasure to invite all the participants attending this webinar. I request you all to shower the same blessing and affection and support in our future endeavors also. And I feel it is a great privilege to me to introduce about our university. Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam was founded by Sri N.T. Ramarao, the then Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh in the year 1983. The vision of the university is to be a premier center of education, both general and professional, for women to acquire skills and attitudes required to lead a life as complete citizens and pursue careers of their choice, and mission of emancipation and empowerment of skill upgradation, involvement and participation in various occupations in the society towards the end of establishing a progressive egalitarian university. It was started with 10 faculties and 3 students at the time of initiation, and later it has grown with 131 academic consultants are also offering to the cater the needs of 4,000 students, along with the 105 or more academic staff in the university. And we are also offering 59 courses at the postgraduate level and also undergraduate levels. Even professional courses are also being offered by the universities. This is about our university. And now I request Dr. E. Konaprabha to inform about the Department and Center for Women's Studies and also the Department of Law. Dr. Konaprabha, it is over to you.
Good afternoon to one and all.
Selecting and organizing vivid programs by the Women's Studies Center. Further, I want to invite
to one and all, and once again I extend a warm welcome for the today's national webinar about the center. The Women's Studies Center was declared open in the year 1984, and the university grant
Continuous disturbance. Not audible, Uma. It's not audible.
Further, it also aims to promote intellectuality among different sections of the population, activists, NGOs working in the field for women empowerment, and train various sections of the women groups so as to promote required skills and potentialities among them suitable to the global context and for with their male counterparts. About the Department of Women's Studies was established in the year 1989. It is offering MA in Women's Studies and MA in Economics. Further, it is offering the foundation course for all the postgraduate students at the 3rd semester level in all the disciplines. During the year 2000, the department has also offered the post-graduation course in Women's Studies through distance mode. It is also offering research courses, that is both MPhil and PhD courses in Women's Studies. The faculty of the center is involved in teaching, research, extension, and training. Since inception, we have completed more than 80 research projects from the center funds, organized about 700 extension programs, including entrepreneurship development training programs, and reached about 70,000 beneficiaries. We have tried to bring attitudinal changes and to empower the women belonging to all the sections of population. I can proudly say that some of our trainees of entrepreneurship development training programs have started their own ventures and not only empowered themselves, but also they empowered their friends and relatives also. With regard to the Department of Law, legal education offered by the department is designed to give professional orientation besides promoting skills of advocacy and drafting of legal documents. The law graduates have the opportunity to practice as advocates, legal advisors, and consultants in corporate sector or serve as law teachers in various institutions. The syllabus of all law courses has been thoroughly revised and updated as per the directions of the Bar Council of India, regulating body of law courses. The department is offering 3 years LLB and integrated 5-year course of LLB, LLM with 3 branches. The department is very active in organizing programs, and all the faculty of the department is involving in NSS as program officers, student welfare activities as dean, etc., and having collaboration with sister department having extension to conduct the program. With this brief introduction of our university, Women's Studies Center and Department of Law, I request our organizing secretaries, Professor G. Sandhyarani Madam and Professor M.B. Chandrakala, to explain about the theme of the webinar. Right now, I am inviting Professor G. Sandhyarani Madam to narrate about the theme, that is the history and significance of the White Ribbon Day. Now it is over to Madam. Madam, please.
Okay, Prabha and Uma. Thank you, Uma, for your nice welcome address. Respected Registrar, Professor D.M. Mamta Garu, our beloved Dean, School of Social Sciences, Humanities and Management, Professor T. Bharti Garu, distinguished resource persons, Professor K. Shanti Madam and Dr. Sita Manikyam Madam, participants from various universities, colleges, NGOs, my dear colleagues and students. Good afternoon to you all. I deem it a privilege to introduce the theme of today's webinar on atrocities against women, organized by the Center and Department of Women's Studies, SPMVV, in collaboration with UGC and Department of Law, SPMVV. This national webinar is organized in connection with the International White Ribbon Day. White Ribbon Day is held on November 25th every year. It is also known as the International Day for Eradication of Violence Against Women and is observed as a day to raise awareness on family violence. This day is run by the White Ribbon Campaign. It has been running for 17 years and was founded by a group of men in Canada who felt that they had to raise awareness and work towards prevention of violence against women. This White Ribbon Campaign and Day spread through Canada with thousands of people joining the event and wearing white ribbons to oppose violence against women. Spreading through Canada, this has become an international event. The meaning of the white ribbon stands for never taking part in, condoning, or staying silent about violence against women. The white ribbon symbolizes hope across the world for victims living in fear of domestic violence. November 25th is the starting day of 16 days of activism to end violence against women. This campaign ends on 10th December, that is the Human Rights Day. When looking at the statistics around domestic violence, 1 in 4 women will encounter domestic violence in their lifetime. Not only does its devastating reach becomes clear, but so does the silence surrounding it. But today, across the world, on social media, users will be pleading their support for White Ribbon Day as part of the UN-recognized International Day for the elimination of violence against women. There is a story behind the White Ribbon Day. The catalyst for the campaign came in 1960 after the 3 Mirabal sisters' death, Pacia, Minerva, and Maria Teresa Mirabal, political activists in the Dominican Republic, were assassinated on that day. Their deaths were passed off as a car accident. Owing to the inspirational work they did, the sisters soon became symbols of dignity and hope. After that, in 1981, an annual day of protest took place across Latin America against the appalling violence against women in the region. It took place on 25th November in memory of the Mirabal sisters a date which was adopted as International Day for the Elimination of Violence Against Women. This date is chosen by the first feminist encuentro for Latin America and the Caribbean to commemorate the lives of Pacia, Minerva, and Maria Teresa Mirabal, the three Mirabal sisters. Therefore, the White Ribbon Day we see today is the result of activism and advocacy efforts across many countries and diversity of voices. If we look at the global scenario, 1 in 3 women experience either intimate partner violence or non-partner sexual violence during their lifetime. Female genital mutilation, early and forced marriage, and sexual and gender-based violences are barriers to gender equality and a constraint on individual and social development. Coming to India, common forms of violence against women in India include acts such as domestic abuse, sexual assault, and murder. Most typically, these acts are committed by men as a result of the long-standing gender inequalities present in our country. As per the National Crime Records Bureau, NCRB, in India, there are 88 recorded rape cases every day in 2019. It is actually more present than it may appear at first glance, as many otherwise go unreported or undocumented due to certain Indian cultural values and beliefs. The National Family Health Survey 4 suggests that 30% women in India in the age group of 15 to 49 have experienced physical violence since the age of 15. As 99% of cases go unreported, it is time for a systematic change in social and patriarchal attitudes to eradicate these evils. From 25th November to 10th December, these 16 days of activism against gender-based violence aims to raise public awareness and mobilize people from around the world to bring about change. Therefore, with this backdrop, today's national webinar is organized to share, discuss, and enlighten ourselves about the growing rate of crimes against women, the legal provisions that are available to them, and to protect and protest the women and girls from the atrocities and various kinds of violences. I once again welcome and thank you all for your gracious presence. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Over to Uma. Uma, take over the session. Uma and Prabha. Is it audible, Uma?
Am I audible to you, madam?
Yes. You take over the session, Ma. Continue the proceedings.
Chandrakala madam, it is over to you, madam.
Professor Chandrakala, you are invited to speak.
Okay, madam. So are you audible? Okay. Thank you, Uma. So good afternoon to you all and warm greetings to National Webinar on White Ribbon Day. As I'm with the blessings of the Almighty and under the guidance of our beloved Vice Chancellor and the Rector and Registrar and now dynamic Dean, today's Chief Guest, Professor T. Bharati Garu, Dean School of Social Sciences, and Professor G. Sanjarani Madam, Head Department of Women's Studies, and the invited resource persons, Dr. Sita Manikyam, Associate Professor, Department of Law, Andhra University, Visakhapatnam, Dr. Professor K. Santi, Retired Professor, Madras University, and the coordinator of this webinar is Dr. Uma Devi and Dr. K. Konaprabha. So this is a very special day. That is why we are celebrating what is going on. So and distinguished guests, resource persons, delegates, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Very good afternoon. So now today's topic that is, I'm going to start by saying one citation regarding that. We can tell the condition of a nation by looking at the status of its women. So it's the problem of violence against women is not new. So the Indian society women have been victims of humiliation, torture, exploitation, etc. So as the coronavirus pandemic spread across the world, the countries, they implemented lockdown and measures to stop the spread of the coronavirus, but violence against the women, especially domestic violence, intensified. In some countries, calls to help lines have increased fivefold. So now there is some relation with the regarding to the violence against women. So and not only the women but also the girls, the shadow of the pandemic. So with 90 countries in lockdown, 4 billion people are now sheltering at home from global contingent of COVID-19. It's a protective measure, but it brings another deadly danger. We see a shadow of pandemic growing of the violence against women in as more countries already Sanjay ma'am told explained in the reports and data, and there is a confinement is fostering the tension of the strain created by the security, health and money worries, and it is an increasing isolation for women with violent partners and separating them from the people and resources that can best help them. It's a perfect storm for controlling violent behavior behind the closed doors. And in parallel, the health systems are stretching to breaking point. Domestic violence shelters are also reaching capacity. A service deficit made worse. The centers are repurposed for additional COVID response. So there is I'm already madam explained about that. Even though before COVID-19, the domestic violence was already one of the greatest human rights violation. So in the previous 12 months, 243 million women and girls aged 15 to 49 across the world have been subjected to sexual and physical violence by an intimate partner. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues, this number is likely to grow with multiple impacts on women's well-being, their sexual and reproductive health, their mental health, and their ability to participate and lead in the recovery of our societies and economy. So under the wide reporting, the domestic and other forms of violence has previously made response and data gathering a challenge, with less than the 40% of women who experience violence seeking help of any sort or reporting the crime. Less than 10% of women seeking help to go to police. The current circumstances make reporting even harder, including limitations on women's rights and access to phones and helplines, and disrupted public services like police, justice, and social services. These disruptions may also compromise the care and support that survivors need, likely to clinical management of rape, as management of rape, mental health, and psychological effect and social report. So these are the fuel impunity, but the perpetrators, many countries, the law is not on women's side. One in 4 countries have no laws specifically protecting women from domestic violence. So when we are coming to the, we discussing the white ribbon meaning includes adoption, bone cancer, bone diseases, coronavirus, COVID-19, hypoxic, and international end of violence against women, make poverty history, osteoporosis, poverty, teen abstinency, victims of terrorism, white matter, brain disorder, white ribbon, campaign for men against violence. So the White Ribbon Day, the violence against the outbreak of the COVID-19 and subsequent periods of lockdown across the world have highlighted the fragility of the women's right to protection and in many cases insufficient responses at the state level to tackle peaking violence against women amid the global pandemic. This is the significant ramification for women's human rights as well as ensuring their safety, dignity, and legal and equal treatment at all times. So since COVID-19 pandemic, many countries have reported alarming rates, violence, exploitation, and other abuse, especially intimate partner violence among the women. The UN Women is warned that the countries continue lockdowns and sheltering at home measures and a shadow pandemic of violence is growing. The pandemic is aggravated at the plague of the sexual violence and also the cases of the domestic violence rose at an alarming pace all over the world. On 6th April 2020, the United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres is called a ceasefire to address the horrifying the global surge in domestic violence. According to our Prime Minister Narendra Modi announced the nationwide lockdown, the number of the domestic violence complaints received, the National Commission for Women, NCW, has doubled from 30 in the first week of March. A number of the cases are going up. So now whether I would like to say what are the provisions are having the legal provisions regarding with the pandemic and also atrocities against the women. I would like to say, remember, knowledge is power. So my word is, remember, the knowledge is power. As a parent, wife, daughter, employee, women should know these are the rights set in place to protect them, and it is important that you should aware about your rights. So while we are while you are conducting, observe the 25th November as the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women, because the women rights activists have observed 25 November is a day against gender-based violence since 1981. This date was selected to honor the already Madam Sanjay Madam is explained that is brutally murdered by the sisters in 1960 by order of the country's ruler. So here I mentioned these are the legal provisions are explained by the Dr. Sita Manikyam, but I am explaining only the few. That is the crimes against women under Indian Penal Code. That is the rape, kidnapping, assault to outrage the modesty, domestic violence, sexual harassment, dowry deaths, eve teasing, chain snatching, acid attacks, stabbing. These are the offenses what we are every day is facing women trafficking. So according to the Criminal Law Amendment Act 2013, the Nirbhaya Act is also the Amendment Act is an Indian legislation passed by the Lok Sabha on March 2013 and by the Rajya Sabha. So then the Code of Criminal Procedure 1973 on laws related to sexual offences, like everybody knows very well, that is the Prohibition of Child Marriages Act 2006. According to the International Research Center for Women, almost 47% of the girls are married before the age of 18. Currently, India ranks 13 in the world when it comes to the child marriage, since child marriage has been steeped into the Indian culture and tradition since centuries. It has been tough eliminating it. So the Prohibition of Child Marriage Act was made effective in 2007. This act defines the child marriage as a marriage where the groom or the bride are underage, that is, the bride is under the 18 years of the age, or the boy is the younger than the 21 years. So parents are trying to marry underage girls are subject to action under this law. Since the law makes these marriages illegal, it acts as a major deterrent. And when we come across the Special Marriage Act of 1954, the object of this act is to provide a special form of the marriage in certain cases, provide for the registration of certain marriages, and to provide for divorce in a country like India and with the diverse religions and caste. That is, when people, different faiths and caste choose to get married, they do it under the Special Marriage Act 1954. So we know very well that is the last which are the Dowry Prohibition Act. The Dowry Prohibition Act of 1961. According to this act, taking or giving of dowry at the time of the marriage to the bride or the bridegroom and their family is to be penalized. Dowry system, giving and taking of dowry, is a norm in the India. Dowry is often asked of the bride and her family by the groom and his family. The system has taken strong roots because women after marriage move in the spouse and in-laws. Also, over the centuries, the lack of economic independence of women and the taboo towards the divorce has resulted in bride burning when demands for dowry, even after the marriage, are not met by the girls' families. Many women are tortured, beaten, and even burnt out. It is one of the major challenges that our society is grappling with. The women openly complaining about it has helped to spread the word and encourage the other women to take stand. So according to Indian Divorce Act of 1969 also, this allows the dissolution of marriage, mutual consent, nullity of marriage, judicial separation, and restitution of conjugal rights. And there is a need that there is a provided our government that family courts are established to file, to hear, and dispose of such cases. When we are coming to the Maternity Benefit Act of 1861, this act regulates the employment of women and maternity benefits mandated by law. The states that women employee who has worked in an organization for a period of at least 80 days during the 12 months preceding the date of the. So for this reason, we are providing, having the number of provisions, legal provisions. When we are coming to the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act of 1971, this act came into the force 1972 and 75, 2000 amendment is also there. The aim of the act is to reduce the occurrence of the illegal abortion and consequent maternal mortality and morbidity. So it clearly states that the condition under which the pregnancy can be ended or aborted and specifies the person qualified to conduct the same. And when we are coming to the sexual harassment of women at workplace, there is a number of cases are there, and Dr. Sita Manikim will explain regarding this. The Prevention and Prohibition and Redressal Act 2013 to ensure women's safety at workplace. This act seeks to protect them from sexual harassment at their place of work. 36% of the Indian companies and 25% among the MNCs are not complained with the Sexual Harassment Act, according to the November 2015 report. Sexual harassment at workplace also includes the use of language with sexual overtones, invasion of the private space with a male colleague, hovering the too close of her comfort, subtle, the touches and the innovations. These are the things to be the object while we are in other case, that is Indecent Representation of Women Prevention Act of 1986. The act is also indecent representation of women through the advertisement or in publications, writing, paintings, figures, or in any other manner. So now we are coming to the Hindu Marriage Act and Hindu Section Act. We will explain. And now we are coming to the Immoral Traffic Prevention Act. It helps in protecting from trafficking for the purpose of prostitution. And Indecent of the Representation Prohibition Act, it prevents improper and representation women in any advertisement. So last, the National Commission for Women Act 1990. So that is the statutory body the government of India established in January 1992. Lalita Kumaran Mangalam was appointed its chairperson in 2014. It represents the rights of women in India and provides a voice for their issues and concerns. The National Commission for Women Act aims to improve the status of women and work for their economic empowerment. So these are, and there is a other act is Equal Remuneration Act 1976. And this act is that prevents the discrimination in terms of the remuneration, and it provides for the payment of equal recompense to men and with the women workers equally. So lastly, I want to say the violence against women can result in injuries or the serious physical, mental, sexual, and reproductive health problems, including the sexually transmitted infection, HIV, and unplanned pregnancy. And pandemic like COVID-19, through affecting all sections of the population, showed an adverse impact on women, especially in developing countries like India, owing to their limited education, mobility, access to the work opportunities outside the home, and ownership, as well as the negligible control over the resources such as land and finance. And physical force and abuse were common by male members of the family, either because of they felt stressed at being incapable of providing for their families due to loss of livelihood, or because they habitually used alcohol or ganja, etc. So I would like to conclude my speech. Only one quotation: it is not enough just to treat women well. We have to work to make sure all men treat women well. Thank you, one and all.
Hello. Thank you, madam, for your sophisticated and elaborate explanation about the sophisticated and elaborate explanation about the theme of the webinar. Now I request Professor T. Bharati, Dean, School of Social Sciences, Humanities and Management, Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, to deliver her inaugural address. Before her address, I request Dr. E. Konaprabha to introduce her to the elite academia. Konaprabha, Dr. Konaprabha, it is over to you.
Thank you, madam. It's my immense pleasure to introduce our young and dynamic Dean, madam, Professor T. Bharati, Dean of Social Sciences, Humanities and Management, has joined the university in 1990 and serving in various capacities, namely assistant, associate, and professor cadets, along with various additional charges. She mastered in English, psychology, philosophy, and religion, etc. She is an expert in the area of American literature and subaltern Fourth World literature, in other words, Dalit literature. She has grown as an eminent scholar by handling various research projects, more than 50 papers and 6 books publications, and research guidance of about more than 15 research students. She has attended more than 60 conferences as paper presenter and resource person. She has visited the countries like Canada, South Korea, Taiwan, South Africa, Greece, etc. She has received the Olive Reddick Award, IUC Associate in Indian Institute of Advanced Study, Simla, Atreya Literacy Puraskar, Best Teacher Award of AP State in 2015. Excellence in Education, Gurujada Awards to her eminence. She is also involved in many governing bodies and expert committees, NATPEER committees, etc. In spite of her busy schedule as Dean, she has readily accepted our invitation and graced the present webinar, which shows her enthusiasm and empathy in the well-being of women and development of faculties in the university. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Dr. Prabha, for your introduction. A very good afternoon to you all. I'm here again with you this afternoon for the opening of the webinar on atrocities against women. I, as the Dean of School of Social Sciences, Humanities and Management, I extend a warm welcome to the Registrar of the University and the resource persons, Dr. Sita Manikyam and Professor K. Santi, for this webinar. Yes, I would like to say that the Department and Center for Women's Studies and Department of Education are competing with each other for conducting webinars. They have become a series of webinars in the departments. Anyway, I congratulate them and I also appreciate their activeness in their own respective fields and their enthusiasm to reach to the nook and corner of the country by conducting many national webinars on various themes, especially relevant to the present day. With these few remarks, I start with the title. I find a little inconvenience with the title, Atrocities Against Women. As a student of language and literature, I find the subject is missing. For example, you can say, in generally when we teach grammar, we say, Rama killed Ravana. We never say Ravana is killed. If you say Ravana is killed, something is missing. Immediately, who killed the Ravana? So Rama should be there. So subject is very essential. Hence, this should have been men's atrocities against women. That will be a complete statement. I know, Professor Chandrakala, you talked very exhaustively, and I'm worried whether you have left anything for the speakers. So I have to think once again to speak something different. The audience should not get bored, right? Especially this post-lunch session. Yes. So, atrocities against women is the statement used both by men, women, press, everybody. But we have to change. We have to change. We have to be critical always. When we are critical, then only we can develop. So, perhaps men may be using this particular statement because whether it is UN or whether it is the parliament or whether it is the prime ministers or ministers or the governments, most of the men are the deciding factors. So they feel it difficult or delicate to say or to start the sentence with men's atrocities. That is why at least we from the Women's Studies departments and University for Women should change the sentence from, because it is incomplete and it is always already the person has met with so much of violence, but again you are adding to that violence, more violence, by saying against women, focusing woman. A woman is focused here, the man is not, but the aggressor, the oppressor, the victimizer should be on the focus. X raped Y, that should be the sentence. The X should be the focus, not the Y. Hence, I always wanted my colleagues to think from that angle, because long back when I think during 90s, 95 or something like that, we had a wave of HIV AIDS. It was very severe at the time, and most of the time universities, youth, colleges, high schools were talking about HIV AIDS. And I need not tell you, December 1st is observed as AIDS Day. Even when those platforms, people used to blame mostly women. And many times, wherever and whenever I used to address on that platform, I used to tell them, if you look at the word AIDS, the first word A itself says acquired. So, a woman does not produce AIDS virus. She acquires from somebody. And mostly it is from a man. Okay. So, you should not blame a woman for spreading HIV or HIV AIDS. And I had to speak many times and defend women, because they used to look down as if the women are producing the HIV virus and become the cause for the entire disaster, especially commercial sex workers. They were targeted like anything in connection with HIV AIDS. But I used to tell them, who has brought that virus to that commercial sex worker? That is the question, and that is the major question. The carrier should be stopped. The victimizer should be questioned. Okay, with these few remarks, what I wish to share my mind on this topic is, yes, there may be so many acts, so many judgments, so much is talked about by my colleague, Professor Chandrakala, and many more will be given by Dr. Sita Manikyam. Yes, all these are good. Punishments are there. Our present government has started Disha Act, something like. Okay, all these are there. Still, Dr. Sandhya has given a lot of information regarding how much violence is taken against women. Then what should be done? Along with these acts, along with the punishments, I don't know whether the punishments are severe or not. If the punishments are severe, I am sure the rate of violence should have been reduced. But the punishments, as far as my knowledge, might be bearable and not visible. That is the reason why still the men's or patriarchal societies' violence against women or girls are continuing. Okay, that is one point. The second point is, it is not just the acts or punishments, but attitudinal change. I always believe in that. As a student of literature, as a student of psychology and philosophy, I always believe that a human being should change his or her own attitude. That is why I started my talk with the subject, men's atrocities. So the attitude of men should be first changed. Because women do not go and say that we want to become victims. We need violence. No, it is any woman, any girl, or for that matter, any human being who is victimized, who is harassed physically or mentally, who is put to various types of harassments, physical, psychological, or mental, never accept that, but in a helpless condition. Hence, the attitude of the men or patriarchal society should change, should be changed. So, a human being should change his attitude unless and until the perspective of a man changes, the atrocities, harassments, victimization will continue. How is it possible? Basically, we have to inculcate in the minds that all are human beings with the similar feelings, with the similar pain, pleasure, and aspirations and dreams. When it comes to the question of accepting violence, nobody should think that women are born only to be victimized. Women should bear with. These words are not right. When we think that a woman also is a human being, a man is also a human being, just like how a man becomes angry, a woman also becomes angry. But the difference is, when a man becomes angry, he tries to hit a woman. When a woman becomes angry, because the society taught her that she should not hit a man, remember the society, the patriarchal society, she hits somebody who is lower to her or inferior to her. Or maybe she can control, she will become mad afterwards. That's a different issue. That is why both men and women, man and woman, first of all, remember that they are human beings. If they remember that they are human beings, there is some expectations from the human beings, some expected attitude, some expected etiquette, some expected values, some expected ethics. The ethics, values, etiquette, practices, these are all the parameters that qualify us whether we are human beings or not. In the list which I mentioned just now, will not include violence as a positive quality. Violence is never a positive thing. Hence, if anybody who practices violence, whether it is man or woman, practices violence, cannot be considered as a human being. A human being should be ashamed of himself or herself to be violent. Violence, not just physically, psychologically also. So, a woman cannot escape from this. Hence, both the human beings should think that violence is something that disqualifies them to call themselves as human beings. As today, it is men's violence against women, so men have to be emphasized here. Though I am using women every now and then, because men and women are equal partners. They are equal halves. To make a one human being complete, both man and woman is necessary. Okay, now violence, as I told you, should be an act of uncultured behavior. It should be an act of uncivilized behavior. It should be an act of inhuman behavior. If people are uncivilized, uncultured, or misbehaved, what should be the immediate result? we the human beings should boycott such people, such barbarous people. Barbarous, please remember, I am using with the sense of those people who are violent against their fellow beings. One should be very careful with the language. So, when I use the word barbarous, I mean the violent people. The uncivilized people means the violent people. The unethical, because they are doing something which is not expected from them. A human being should be, especially men, should be more decent. And if they are not, the remaining human beings, both men and women, should boycott them. Social boycott. Because, as I said in the beginning, I said I doubt how much punishment is given. And we all know very well that a criminal can easily escape in situations where the political dominance is more and legal and prosecutions are very weak. I say weak. We may have a good number of acts, but if the punishments are not given immediately, because many cases we find some of the victimizers may die even before getting the judgment. It happened in many cases, especially Dalit cases, in issues related to Dalit victimization, especially in cases with women and again Dalit women. So, social boycott should be the best, one of the best answers I always use. Social boycott doesn't mean that we have to put a banner and say all this. You eliminate such person. You don't accept the person in social life. You make it a point that the victimizer also should get some inconvenience, some sort of difficulty should be meted out, so that the other man who has that intention of giving some trouble to a woman should think twice before he attempts. Because most of these cases or most of the atrocities in India especially were not recorded. Even if they were recorded, most of the people escaped the punishment either because of the long procedure in the courts or with the weak police system or with the interference of the political leaders. That is why we the human beings in the society should immediately react to these atrocities, because we are also responsible for that. We, when I use the word we, means both men and women should work to stop it until and unless the serious punishments are given to them, where when a man hears the word, that particular punishment should be scared of committing another crime. Okay, so what I wanted to emphasize here is that unless and until there should be a change in the human behavior, human attitude, perhaps this sort of atrocities may continue. The simple word is that a woman also is a human being. Just like a pain is a pain to a man, it is also equally pain to a woman. Remember that violence is a very brutal, I cannot use the word brutal, a very uncultured behavior. I wish to quote one of the best British poets whom I admire much, that is P.B. Shelley. when he stopped eating non-vegetarian, his friends asked, why did you stop? And we know in England, the severe cold weathers and this meat and other non-vegetarian items are essential to keep the body warm. But Shelley decided not to eat. And when his friends asked him, why don't you eat? His answer is amazing. And he said, I wish no living being to suffer pain. I repeat the sentence. P.B. Shelley said, I wish no living being to suffer pain. If we can practice this sentence at least 10% or 20%, if each one of us, each human being practice or think that I am not going to give any pain to anybody, I think the human life will be a very happy life. And especially if the men and the patriarchal society think that we are not going to become painful to anybody, then we need not observe such days. Okay, I once again appreciate and greet the department for doing their best to create awareness on women related issues. Thank you.
Thank you, madam, for your keen observation about the theme and positive comments towards the center and its efforts. Your suggestions will also be taken into consideration while organizing our future programs. Further, your observations about patriotism, harassment, and victimization, and your suggestions that there is a need to bring attitudinal changes in the society for having gender-friendly environment, and the role of Women's Studies Center in bringing such changes in the society. Thank you so much, madam. Now there is a small announcement that the registrar Sri Padmavati Mahila Visvavidyalayam, Professor D.M. Mamta Garu, is in busy schedule with some other administrative urgent work. She could not attend the program, and she informed us her inability to address the gathering, and hence her address is she cannot give you the address. I request today's resource person, Dr. Sita Manikyam, Associate Professor, Department of Law, Andhra University. I request Dr. E. Konaprabha to introduce our beloved resource person, Dr. Sita Manikyam. It's over to you, Dr.
Thank you, madam. It's a great privilege and honor to me to introduce our legendary resource person, Dr. Sita Manikyam. She is serving in the university for the past 14 years in the capacities of assistant professor and associate professor. She specialized in business laws, cyber laws, and women and law. She has published about 33 papers in various journals and chapters in books, presented more than 40 papers in various national and international conferences. Ample members of scholars are working under guidance both for doctoral and master's programs. She is also a member for various boards, namely editorial board member, Amity Law Journal, Dubai, life member in Indian Social Science Congress, life member in Institute of Constitutional and Parliamentary Studies, Delhi, life member in Indian Law Institute, Delhi, member of Indian Society of International Law, Delhi, member of Indian Institute of Public Administration, Delhi, editorial member in AU Law Journal, Visakhapatnam. Apart from the above, she has delivered lectures on cyber law, protection of women in various platforms. I am very much thankful to you, madam, for your concern towards us and ready acceptance to be the resource person for the today's session. Thank you, madam. And now I request Dr. Sita Manikyam Garu to take over the session.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. E. Kona Prabha, for your kind words towards me. Am I audible to you? Am I audible
Yes,
to you?
you are audible, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. And first of all, my greetings to all the dignitaries. In absentia, Honorable Vice Chancellor and Registrar Professor Mamataji, and the dynamic lady who has given an excellent inaugural address, Professor D. Bharati, Dean, and Professor Sandhya Rani, Head of the Department of Women's Studies Center, Sri Padmavati Mahila University, and Professor Chandrakala Madam, the proud alumni of Andhra University, and Dr. Uma Devi, and other dignitaries. Yes, I saw Professor Sita Kumari ma'am, and other distinguished participants. A very good afternoon to you all. And at the outset, let me thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be a part of this national webinar on atrocities against women in commemoration of White Ribbon Day, being organized by Women's Studies Center and Department of Law, Sri Padmavati Mahila University. And all the speakers, previous speakers, they made my job easy. And they covered almost all the things except two things in White Ribbon campaign. That is, White Ribbon campaign is a global movement in which men and boys, and they should work to end male violence against women and girls. As Professor T. Bharati Madam said, yes, men's atrocities against women. And hence, they should be included in the movement prominently. There it is. So, White Ribbon campaigns, the main objective of White Ribbon campaigns, that is the perpetrators group, they should be included in the campaign or the sensitization program. And even Sandhya Madam and Chandrakala Madam, they haven't left anything for the introduction of the topic to me. Then I think straight away I can go to legal provisions. And before starting my presentation, just I would like to know how much time will be given to me. The organizers, please let me know how much time are you giving to me. Hello? Hello, am I audible to you? Friends? Hello, friends? Hello? Okay. Chandrakala madam, already she has covered many legislations, legal aspects of really, it's my great privilege to share my views on the topic, legal aspects of atrocities against women. The topic is assigned to me. And friends, the organizers, I request the organizers to present my PPT, which I have sent to you. Uma madam, Chandrakala madam.
Yes, Sita.
I have sent my PPT
just 1 minute. 1 minute, ma.
Yes. And even this year's theme, it is Orange the World. The second thing which they have, the previous speakers have left to me. That is, this is Orange the World. The theme of this international day for the elimination of violence against women is Orange the World. Fund, respond, prevent, collect. Okay, this is the thing. And as Sandhya Rani madam said, that it will be continued. It starts from today and it will be continued for 16 days of activism, and that will conclude on 10th December 2020, which is International Human Rights Day. And friends, madam, what about my PPT? since they are all legal
I
provisions.
will share it, madam.
Otherwise,
I will share it.
I'll also try to share it.
Okay, if you share it, I don't try it, ma'am.
Okay, if you do immediately, you can.
Okay.
Otherwise, I have to minimize this thing, and it has to be placed in the screen.
Okay, I am doing from another device.
Right. Meanwhile, I'll talk to the audience, the distinguished participants from different disciplines, I think. And here, violence against women, it is a common phenomena from ancient days to present day against it may be girl child or young girl or women. Friends, even we have been watching two extremes in the um, gender development area, the area of gender development. Okay, for the one extreme, we see the developments of the women, even the achievements of the women in every field. Women plays vital role in political field and in medical field, in as a scientist, or in banking sector or entrepreneurship, whatnot. In every field, she plays vital role. A woman plays vital role. To the other extreme, even a girl child, she is not at all permitted, even she is not permitted to be born on earth. Okay, so why these violences? Okay, the almost all kinds of violences and atrocities, they are, and I'll ask to change that thing, slide. Okay, and then, so, as I told you, violence against women is a common phenomena from ancient days to present day. And we have seen the achievements of the Kalpana Chawla, like in space also. They are going and they are having, they are achieving many things. Okay, you stop the slide. It contain the international instruments. Okay, and then the other extreme also, we are watching that the atrocities against women, they are rampant in the society. And the term atrocities against women referred as a cruel and weak, which means inhuman acts. Bharti ma'am said that, I don't say brutal, we can say that it is inhuman acts against a woman to cause her emotional or physical injury or both. And also it is synonym to violence against women and crimes against women. And moreover, it is called as gender based violence because of her gender only. Against her, the atrocities are being committed, and just because of her gender only, her human rights are blatantly violated. Okay, and we have been seeing women in society have been victims of ill treatment, humiliation, and exploitation. And since a long time, they have been facing these things, and they experience violence both at the hands of the state and individuals. Okay, that's why the men's atrocities against women, men includes state and individuals. Okay, and if you see, before coming to the earth, the female girl child, she has been facing problems, and at the time of the birth, even after birth, and at home, and at public places, at offices, working place, she has been, in general terms, it manifests, she has been facing many problems, even not only in the physical world, in virtual world also. Okay, now online platform has become a strong platform for the atrocities committed against women. And in general terms, the atrocities, it manifests itself in, as the previous speakers told, physical, sexual, psychological forms, like intimate partner violence, like battering, psychological abuse, marital rape, and femicide. Here, when I see the word battering, I remember one American speaker's words. Okay, when the voice, passive voice into active voice, the examples are given. No, there also they use it to teach with the examples, illustrations. Friends, they are John beats or batters Mary. Mary is battered by John. Like this, the change for changing of voice also, these kind of words they use it to taught. And the other things, sexual violence and harassment, they are rape, forced sexual acts, unwanted sexual advances, child sexual abuse, forced marriages, and street harassment, stalking, cyber harassment. As I told you, in virtual world also, the offenses are taken place. And human trafficking, even though the constitution it prohibits human trafficking, human trafficking and already madam she told about child marriages and the other forms of violences they are faced by migrants, refugees, indigenous women and ethnic minorities like um, mm, SC/ST women. Then the political power it plays vital role in giving justice. Friends, these are the different among all these violences, atrocities, domestic violence and honor killings are very common. And uh, every day without having the news about atrocities against women. Okay, Nirbhaya in 2012, after that we have seen Pratyusha's case. And even I am very much ashamed that one person, one Akhil, he has killed a girl, Varlakshmi, recently. You must see that thing in the papers. Okay, and that person, that inhuman being, he belongs to. He is studying in our law college, and really, we will also fight, even though he is our student, and we fight against the atrocities against that girl. Okay, and what I want to say is regularly, even if you see statistics are stated by our Sandhya madam. Okay, and in every day we have been watching the violence against women, and the list it continues. Already I have mentioned some atrocities, no, and the list continues as crimes against women are on the rise. And what are the important provisions? Of course, these all the laws, we have plethora of legislations in India. Almost all 40 legislations, law and policy perspectives, if we see, we find many legislations in India. Before discussing the legislations in India, the important milestones in international law, let us see. Okay, this is uh, without mentioning SIDA, we cannot go further the steps for elimination of violence against women. And SIDA, it is nothing but elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. And it is it recognizes violence as part of discrimination against women. And in 1993 World Conference on Human Rights, and in 1993 also itself UN Declaration on the Elimination of Violence Against Women, it was the first international instrument. Here we have to see the international instruments. Now please, next slide please. Next slide please. If we see the uh, um, international instruments, some are declarations, some are treaties and some are conventions. Declarations doesn't have sanctity. Okay, and they doesn't have enforcement power. So the conferences and treaties, when the states entered into these conventions, the signatory parties, they have to adopt the provisions of the particular convention into the domestic law. And in 1999, UN adopted optional protocol to the convention, which already I mentioned. That is, it decides that to elimination of all forms of discrimination against women, and designated 25th November as the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. That's why we all have gathered here. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. You please be alert.
Yeah, I have changed it, ma'am. See.
In 2013, the United Nations Commission on the Status of Women adopted and agreed conclusions on the elimination and prevention of all forms of violence against women and girls. And the latest is 2013. The UN General Assembly passed its first resolution calling for the protection of defenders of women's human rights. Why? Because why the international instruments are important when domestic laws are silent about the particular offense against women. Then the judiciary, particularly Indian judiciary, it got much reputation in bringing human rights violation and to give gender justice through their judicial process. Even they make constitutional dynamics and also they made judge-made laws. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And violence against women in India. Please directly go to the enactments, legislations. Next slide. Next. How much time you are giving? Let me know, please. Uma Devi garu.
At least 40 minutes, ma'am.
40 minutes. The time? 4:30. 4:30 means 5:30. Right.
Maybe you can take up to another 20 minutes.
Another 20 minutes only. The official statistics showed a decline. And next slide, please. All these statistics they have shown by, they are highlighted by our speakers, previous speakers. And constitutional and legal provisions for women, since it is a supreme law and the sources of statutory law, constitutional law, we have to see the provisions of constitutional law. As you know, Article 14, it talks about equality before law, and Article 15, it prohibits discrimination against any citizen on the grounds of religion, race, caste, and sex. And Article 15, Clause 3, it gives special provisions for women to make affirmative discrimination in favor of women. It facilitates the special enactments for the benefit of the women. Okay. And Article 21, 16, it talks about equality of opportunities in public appointments for all people. And Article 21, Supreme Court has laid down some special provisions through Article 21. It's Article 21 is a small article which has been given a wider interpretation, and so many human rights are brought under the umbrella of Article 21 through judicial activism. And 39A, 39D, all these things are directive principles of state policies. Our Chandrakala madam, she mentioned about equal pay for equal work. Okay, that is, and equal pay for equal work, and equal rights to get means of livelihood, and maternity benefit also. From time to time, Maternity Benefit Act is enacted, amended from time to time. Even the recent amendments. Okay, but you know, legal aspects of the atrocities against women is very, very lengthy. What is to be taught, what it is, what is given importance, prominence, it is a dilemma. But whenever the Women Studies Center gives me an opportunity, I'll meet you all for different subjects. Okay. And equal pay for equal work, that no, the main objective of that thing, for similar work of similar work for the similar things. Okay, the payment should be equal between men and women. And next slide, please. 51A to renounce the practices derogatory. Nobody should practice the derogatory things. You know, legal process here, I want to say the different legislations are there in favor of to protect women, no, protect the interest of the women. Here, some legislations are welfare legislations. Some legislations are welfare legislations. Some legislations are protective legislations. Some legislations are social security legislations. Of course, all the welfare legislations and social security legislations are, and some are personal relations, regulations, legislations, regulative legislations. Unless and until all these legislations are implemented properly, the gender mainstreaming cannot be possible. Okay, and here the point I want to tell you is, unless the atrocities against women, men's atrocities against women, they are curbed, this means is curbed, the equality and gender mainstreaming cannot be possible. Okay, and here the Factories Act 1948, some legislations, they give some provisions, special provisions to protect the interest of the women, but some legislations exclusively they are enacted for women. Here uh, i I would like to focus on the main legislations uh, which protect the women and which give the remedies are the to secure the women, particularly against violence, since violence and inhuman activities, they are considered as atrocities against women. Next please. All these are welfare legislations except the Dowry Prohibition Act and Sati Act, and the Child Marriage Restraint Act, Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, and the Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act. And you know, Medical Termination of Pregnancy Act, that is, the act safeguards the women from unnecessary and compulsory abortions without her intention. And here amendments to Criminal Law 1983, and which provides for punishment for 7 years in ordinary cases and 10 years for custodial rape after enactment, after watching the case of Mathura in custodial rape. Okay, here I want to say one more thing. PCPNDT Act. PCPNDT Act, it prohibits the sex determination, and which is very, very important to protect the fetus. Okay, and now coming to crimes under IPC: acid attack, rape, attempt to commit rape, kidnapping and abduction for different purposes. I request the all I covered in my PPT, because of paucity of time, I request the organizers to share my PPT to all the participants. Okay, and dowry death, abatement, even acid attack and rape, they are drastically changed by 2013 Criminal Law Amendment Act. So Indian Penal Code, it is a basic criminal law for India, generic law, we can say that it has dedicated a chapter to women, that is offenses against, to protect women, I mean. Okay, it is offenses against women. Okay, and all the other offenses are offenses against human body. It is applied for common to men and women. And here this is the list of the crimes. This is the list of the offenses which contains the punishment for perpetrators. Okay, and acid attack is a acid attack and commit to acid attack. Previous slide please. Previous slide please. Okay, and in rape, okay, previously in the case of offense, what happened? No, the perpetrators or the criminals, they were escaped from the punishment because the definition of rape was not exhaustive. Okay, and the components were not enough Okay, even I placed that in one slide. Okay, how rape is defined under the new act. Please see this thing. And kidnapping and abduction for different purposes, dowry death, which Chandrakala ma'am mentioned, and abatement of suicide, cruelty by husband or his relatives, 498A we see, and outraging the modesty of women, and sexual harassment, 354. The main area which has been amended under this thing now in the list, acid attacks area, rape, and the the other sexual harassments, 354A and 354B, assault on women with intent to disrobe a woman. The disrobing a woman forcibly. It is an offense which is added in 354B, and voyeurism 354C, and stalking 354D. These offenses against women, they are included in Criminal Law Amendments 2013. And word, gesture, or act intended to insult the modesty of women, it is there in section 40509. Okay, please go to next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, and what is this case? This is Tukaram case. And the case stirred up a great passion and resentment among people in the society. Of course, this is about Nirbhaya. Yes, Nirbhaya case. I need not explain you about Nirbhaya case, how much disturbance was there and how much support from NGOs and civil society. It was there, and Verma Commission was appointed. Then this 376, the criminal amendments are uh, uh, inserted in IPC, CRPC, and evidence also, and 376A, B, C, D, and E, which I have mentioned, they are introduced. And next slide, please. Yes, Tukaram and Banwar Devi. In these two cases, the accused were, they were escaped from the punishment. You know why they were escaped? Okay, obviously they committed the offense, but the offense is not defined properly in IPC. The components are, they were not sufficient to prove the guilt of the offense by in Tukaram case and Madhura case. Madhura case is a well-known case for custodial rape. Okay, when the rape is committed by the authorities, then it has been brought later in the amendments. And Nirbhaya case, it is the further citation, Mukesh versus state. It was done, the offense was committed in 2012, but it was decided in 2017. Okay, how much time it was taken? Meanwhile, how many atrocities are committed against women? Okay, it's an heinous crime, and how barbarously. Even I don't hesitate to use this thing. Okay, even primitive humans, they are better than these people, and they are rightly punished. And next thing, this is how it is, the offense is committed. Next slide, please. Next, please. All these are facts. All these are facts. Next, please. Next. All these are about Nirbhaya incident only. Okay, and the definition was revised through the Criminal Amendment Act 2013. And here 375, a man is said to commit rape if he penetrates his penis or any extent. It covers every activity, but you please, as a social activist or being a member of civil society, we should go through these components, because whenever a person comes to us to rescue or to give punishment to the uh, culprit, then we have to meticulously apply all these components for the rape. Even gang rape also, it is included in Criminal Amendment Act, and the punishments are enhanced. Like you know, life imprisonment, generally for heinous crimes, life imprisonment or death in rarest of rare cases, the punishment is imposed. But life imprisonment, you know friends, it is 14 years, it may be 14 years. But here, after these amendments, for the heinous crimes, that is rape, like rape, acid attacks, and even after rape, when the culprits, they make uh, the victim in a vegetative state, then also the punishment, it has been risen. And here, life imprisonment minimum not less than 20 years, and even at the rest of life also he should be punished. Besides, if death punishment, it is not given, at least he should be confined to the prison for the lifetime. This is the thing which is added in Criminal Act 2013. And next slide, please. Now I want to tell you about even in law, substantive law and procedural law will be there. Substantive law, like IPC, it it determines whether he is uh, the offense, elements of offense, they are there or not, rights and duties of the parties in civil. And here the offense is decided by the substantive law IPC. And procedural law, how to proceed through the court, it will be there in procedural laws. And procedural laws also we have to mention. The next thing, please, next slide. Uma Devi madam, next slide. Okay, actually, in fact, indeed, ma'am asked me to highlight this act also. That's why, because of the paucity of that time, okay, I want to focus on cyber crimes against women and the um, procedural laws, how it is changed in criminal law amendments as well as in this act. Okay, next slide, please. All these terms are uh, the thing, they are explained in the criminal law amendment. And 376A, that is punishment for causing death or resulting in persistent vegetative state of victim. Okay, it is a continuation of rape and gang rape. Okay, and this 376A, it imposes a punishment for causing death or resulting in persistent vegetative state of victim. Ultimate punishment it prescribes. Next. 376B, sexual intercourse by husband upon his wife during separation. Even husband is also, he doesn't have, he should not to do sexual intercourse against wives will during judicial separation. Judicial separation already it is mentioned by Chandrakala ma'am. And next, 376C, sexual intercourse by person in authority, it is custodial rape. Next, gang rape, 376D, it is a very heinous act. And where a woman is raped by one or more persons constituting a group or acting in furtherance of a common intention, each of these persons shall be deemed to have committed the offense of rape and shall be punished with rigorous imprisonment for a term which shall not be less than 20 years. I told you, no, less than, not less than 20 years, but which may extend to, minimum is, minimum punishment is less than 20 years, and which may extend to life, which shall mean imprisonment for the remainder, the rest of the life, the rest of the life, his life, he should be imprisoned. Okay, and next slide, please. And even expenses, medical expenses are also to be paid by the perpetrator. And punishment for repeat offenders, 376E, for repeat offenders. Here I would like to highlight another one point which is there in Disha. No, the in the digital mode, the offenders list, it has to be listed out, and it should be played displayed, I mean displayed on net, these names and activities who have committed, uh, like the photos displayed in the railway stations and bus stations, no, like that they should be listed, their names should be listed in the net, in the virtual world also, the list should be available. Okay, and so that awareness will be there among the persons who wants to commit such type of crimes. Okay, and next slide please, madam. And post Nirbhaya also, why having plethora of legislations and plethora of amendments, we are uh, the women are facing such kind of uh, atrocities. Why? Because of the uh, lack of awareness about the legislations here. And as Bharati madam said, that the ethical point of view, the values, they have to be inculcated in uh, in people. Next please. This case 2019, it is a continuation. Why I continued this thing with this act, no, this presentation, that is it proposes Disha Act, it proposes some amendments or some additions to criminal law. Uh, that is when the Pratyusha's case was taken, it is the crime is committed in Hyderabad. Then the Honorable CM, he uh, emotionally said that, okay, this kind of offenses should not occur in state of AP, even everywhere it cannot be taken place. Okay, and here AP Disha Act, it is tough law and speedy justice. It proposes speedy justice. Of course, it is in pending before Parliament. Then the amendments they suggested to Indian Penal Code is 354E, 354F. 354 we have seen, no, that is a continuation of sexual offenses against women. That is in 354, which were added by the central legislation. They are voyeurism and stalking and disrobing of a women without her will. And these, besides these things, voyeurism and stalking, the slides are there. If you see the essence of voyeurism and stalking, generally stalking, 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 according to cyber crimes, okay, it means sending offensive messages through electronic mode. Okay, and when I come to Information Technology Act, I will explain you about Section 66A. Okay, and 354E to 354E, please. The previous, to deal with cases relating to harassment of women, which includes abuse on social media platforms and making romantic overtures repeatedly to women. Okay, and this IPC, this Act, it contains a punishment for cybercrime also. Okay, and 354E, it imposes punishment and for cybercrime, online crime. And next 354F, it deals with the crimes relating to sexual assault on children. Okay, what does it mean? POCSO Act for implementation of the, it is deals with crimes relating to sexual assault on children. What does it mean? To implement POCSO Act, the special courts are to be established and speedy justice and speedy trial. This is the object of this Act 2019. Next slide, please. Next. This is related to public servant. Okay, and enhancement of punishments in cases relating to rape and murder. This is the AP state DISA Act provisions. Social media slander included 2-year jail term minimum. And if it is repeated, online harassment against women, it is repeated, double of the punishment will be imposed for sending messages. Why? Because it causes mental harassment. And then next slide, please. Okay, this is one more thing. AP State Criminal Law Act and AP Special Courts for Specified Offences Against Women and Children Act 2019. DISA Acts includes these two legislations, and under this act, under this AP Special Courts for Specified Offences Against Women and Children Act, exclusive special courts in every district for speedy trial of specified offences against women and children. The special courts should be established under this act for speedy trial. Next, please. And for this, it has brought this DISA Act, it has brought amendments in CRPC also. As I told you, this is procedural law and IPC is a substantive law. It determines a particular activity is an offense or not and how to proceed before the court to get justice. It is therein, and to impose punishment to the culprit. It is there in CRPC or Criminal Procedure Code. Section 173 to complete it, it imposes, it envisages a section to complete investigation and file a charge sheet within 7 working days from the date of filing the FIR. Okay, next slide. Okay, the Act has also amended Section 309 of CRPC, ensured that trial in such case would be completed within 14 working days from the date of, here it is the essence of this Act which brought um, amendments in CRPC is, okay, within 7 days, after committing the offense, within 7 days, the charge sheet has to be filed, and after filing the charge sheet, within 14 days, okay, that is 2 weeks, within 2 weeks, trial should be completed, and within 21 days judgment should be delivered. Okay, that the 3 weeks, the Act has also amended Section 309. That is, these are the things, 3 things which are inserted in Criminal Procedure Code is within 7 days charge sheet shall be filed, and within 14 days, that is after charge sheet, within 14 days it should be completed, that is trial should be completed, and within 20 days judgment shall be delivered. But from when it has come for implementation, even in Domestic Violence Act also it contains such kind of provisions, but within 3 months it has to be implemented. Then next slide please. Next slide please. Okay, over, all these are over. For 376A, 376B, 376A, B, D, which are inserted in IPC, for that thing these CRPC provisions are given. Next please. Previously the for the trial 3 months are there, but now 6 months are there. Now it is reduced to 3 months. Okay, and evidence also, the amendments are brought in Evidence Act also, and Section 114 we know that presumptions, okay, the court shall presume regarding dowry death, okay, within 7 years if it has been taken place, it is presumed that it is done because of the acts of the husband and parents-in-law. But here the point it is to be remembered, the burden of proof lies on the husband to disprove the guilt. Otherwise it shall be presumed that this offense is committed by him only. And in rape cases, the character, past sex life of the victim lady, that is women, is not relevant during trial after amendment of the law. Next slide please. Next slide please. Now, as we discussed that, okay, even virtual internet online platform, it is also not exceptional for atrocities committed against women. Okay, and it is no doubt about it, the ICT, information and communication technology, it facilitates good governance. Even it facilitates the all the activities which are done in the physical world, the activities they can be done in the virtual world. It is internet or ICT, it is a source for the development, overall development of the globe. Even then, the technology, it gives gifts to one hand and it stabs in the back. Okay, and it has its darker side also. Here, cybercrime is, it's a global phenomenon. Why? Because it doesn't have boundaries. With the advent of technology, cybercrime and victimization of women are on the high, and it poses as a major threat to the security of a person as a whole. You see the difference between classical conventional crime and cyber crime. Okay, all will be the unless a particular cyber crime, cyber activity through technology only. Here, everything can be, every offense can be committed through internet. Only thing is the tool is technology. Okay, and next slide, please. Okay. The other cyber crimes like economic crimes and uh, data theft, identity theft, all those hacking, and all those are common for men and women. But some offenses are exclusively they are being committed by uh, f- um, the perpetrators against women only. That is cyber pornography, and it is the most dangerous threat to the female netizens. And this would include pornographic websites or pornographic magazines produced using computers, online magazines. Here, I have to bring to your notice two cases: Bazi.com case and Delhi Public School case. Okay, what happened in Delhi Public School? No, case, no, that is one student. Okay, he is he is commented by teachers and students generally. Then he got angry and he posted, he collected some photos of the teachers and he tampered those photos and he placed on the web. Okay, and one more thing is Bazi.com case. Bazi.com case is a well-known case for the service provider's liability for transmission of cyber pornography. Okay, and here service provider's liability is limited. Okay, it is limited, and without his knowledge, pornography is transmitted. Pornography is transmitted, then without his knowledge, if pornography uh, videos are transmitted, then he will not be liable. When he knows about this transmission, service provider liability, it is imposed on him. The next slide, please. The next slide, please. Excuse me. Okay, cyber defamation. Okay, cyber defamation, it comes under tort and crime also. And when generally it is a common crime against on the net, all the celebrities and political celebrities and the other cultural celebrities also, they are affected by this cyber defamation. Okay, and next thing is morphing of photographs, trolling, abusing, threatening, stalking, voyeurism, body shaming, defaming, whatnot, revenge porn, and other forms of indecent representation of women. And it can be dealt under prohibition of indecent representation of women provisions and Information Technology Act, and even under IPC also it can be dealt with. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide, please. You know, Indian cyber law. Next slide, please. Indian cyber law, it is, these are the different kinds of cyber offenses which are committed against women. Morphing, email spoofing. Morphing, I told you, no, the changing of the photos, and the decent photos will be made as indecent photos. This is morphing. It is an offense under IPC. And email spoofing, an email which misrepresents its origin. It appears like it comes from one male, and actually it is generated from another male. And cyberbullying, bullying, it is a child bully, it may be child bullying or women bullying. It is nothing but harassment through electronic mode, through computer, mobile phone, laptop. In the cyber law, Indian Cyber Law, Information Technology Act. Okay, once upon a time, before amendments of 2008, it was confined to computers only. But when the sophisticated technology has been introduced into the world, then the device is the device. What is that thing? What is computer device? The device, it includes all the things: computer, mobile phone, laptop, all the things. And cyber grooming, grooming is when a person builds an online relationship with a young person and tricks, that is misleading of a person through some fake newses, and into when he makes the women into the doing sexual act. And next slide please. Yes, coming to the Information Technology Act. Okay, here Information Technology Act, it basically it facilitates electronic transactions, the authentication of the electronic transactions, friends. Okay, why? Because when a contract is entered through mail, whether the contract is valid or not, like that, to give authenticity to electronic transactions, this basically, this act is enacted. Only one chapter is dedicated to offenses, cyber offenses. And the chapter 11 of Information Technology Act, it enlisted some offenses as cyber offenses. Okay, previous slide please. Actually, 65, it is tampering of documents, and 66, hacking. And in 2008, amendments are very, very important. And again, still it needs to be amended. There is a need of amendments in IT Act. Why? Because no, every day a cyber crime comes into limelight. And here, women related cyber offense, here we have to see one Ritu Sharma. When she received some calls, okay, for sexual intercourse, then she was surprised. The calls, the essence of the calls is, you are offering us, no, how it is possible? She surprised, and she complained to police, and police were in a dilemma before 2000. Okay, under which kind? Then the classical traditional crimes, Indian criminal law was there, no, IPC doesn't deal with the cyber crimes against women. Okay, and now, then when they found that, they applied the outraging modesty of women and 509, like that, all the sections they applied, and they traced out that one of her husband's friend, he has posted on online about the details of this women, and he has given her number also to contact, to take revenge. Okay, and okay, sure. And then 66A, it it is an amendment of 2008. I will complete quickly. And 66A, I have to highlight section 66A. Why? Because it is inserted in 2008, and the essence of section 66A is, it imposes punishment for sending offensive messages through electronic mode. That is, which is the information which is grossly offensive or has menacing the character. Okay, if the message it contains or it affects the character of a person, it imposes a punishment. But what happened? It is a general provision, legal provision to apply men and women. But what happened here? I have to mention about the case of Shreya Singhal. Shreya Singhal is this. Okay. And in what happened in Shreya Singhal case, no, what happened in Shreya Singhal case, in on the event of death event of the Bal Thackeray, because of the shutdown of the city, one girl was suffered, and that girl she posted a thing on net, that is, people like Bal Thackeray, they born and die, no need to observe all these things. And her friend, she put a like, she likes on the comment of the person who has posted this comment. Okay. And okay, and then what happened here, uh, these two girls were arrested. So, the Shreya Singhal, one young lawyer, that girl, she filed a case that stating that section 66A is unconstitutional. Okay, the objective behind inserting this section is different from using that section. So Supreme Court under Justice Chalmeshwar, the bench, Chalmeshwar bench, it was held unconstitutional. 66A was unconstitutional. Now there is no legal provision in IT Act for imposing punishment for sending offensive messages. Later in 2013, criminal amendments that voyeurism and stalking, it was inserted. And 67, publishing of confirmation which is obscene in electronic form. And the next two sections are, one is for women and another is for children. So cyber law also, it has to be amended for the crimes, atrocities committed against women. And madam, shall I conclude, or can I continue? Okay, to sum up the things, all the so many legislations are there. Actually, ma'am asked me to highlight sexual harassment at workplaces. What is sexual harassment? It is defined exhaustively in this act, and under this, not audible. Break your voice. A break in your voice. Voice is not
Please
clear.
sum up the section, madam.
Okay. Actually, to sum up, this is the time to introspect ourselves. Okay, but I have suggested so many suggestions. Okay, even in the later also, the slides are not there. Okay, the schemes which are introduced through the policies of the central government, and even some funding is also allotted in criminal amendment. Okay, for providing shelter and all these things. Okay, the schemes I have mentioned, it will be shared to you by the organizers. And to sum up, that this is the time to introspect ourselves, that despite of having plethora of legislations and policies, why domestic violence, why sexual offenses, why all kinds of atrocities against women are committed, and what is the solution, how we can be transformative. Okay, and how to prevent domestic violence and sexual offenses. Domestic violence, the every if you see every if you make the servant maid, okay, she tells how she is harassed by her husband. Why? Because due to liquor only. Okay, and when in general he is a good person, when he takes liquor, he beats her wife and children. Okay, and what are the causes, and how to prevent domestic violence and sexual offenses, and what is the role of various institutions. Always legislatures, they blame executives blame, and judiciary blames both executives and judiciary for implementation and making laws. Okay, and what is the these institutions, these prominent institutions are blaming each other. So we, the civil society, what the best we can do is making awareness among the people about the laws and good parenting and teaching to children and elders also. And let us sensitize the society, including men, women, and children, about the laws. So, this is our social responsibility, being members of the civil society. And the many suggestions they are given by the previous speakers. Um, so, friends, let me stop here. And by disseminating the knowledge of the knowledge about the legal aspects and also for the procedural laws also, we can uh, make awareness among the society, and let us build a responsible society by eliminating violence against women. Thank you, one and all. If you have any questions, you can ask. Hello. Hello. Madam, unmute your, I think it is not audible. Unmute your device.
Actually, I have unmuted.
Continue, Uma.
Okay, ma'am. Bapre. Thank you, madam, for your breathtaking presentation about various forms of atrocities against women, international instruments to protect women, acts to protect women from atrocities, different laws enacted by the government of Andhra Pradesh, particularly Disha, POXO, cyber crimes, etc. Thank you once again, madam. Now it's a great privilege for me to welcome Professor K. Shanti, retired professor, University of Madras, Chennai, today's distinguished resource person. Before going to her session, I just would like to introduce her for the academia. I am very delighted to introduce Professor K. Shanti, retired professor, University of Madras. She is a retired professor of Department of Econometrics, University of Madras, and she is also a recipient of Fulbright postdoctoral fellowship, Sastry Indo-Canadian visiting professorship, and UGC visiting professorship. She has published 4 books and many articles in journals and edited volumes. She has presented papers in many national and international conferences. Currently, she is honorary director for IDRC of Indian Council of Child Welfare, Tamil Nadu. I am delighted to say that she is closely associated with the Department of Women's Studies and Center for Women's Studies since long period. She is also a visiting professor of our center, and as and when we approach her with the obligation, immediately she uses to accept our appeal. Even for this program also, though she is in USA, she readily accepted our invitation and now acting as a resource person for us. Thank you, madam, for your love, affection, and concern towards us, and request you to continue to shower the same affection in all our future endeavors also. Now it is over to you, Madam Shanti, madam.
Hello. Swanti madam, are you able to hear me? Hello. Shanti madam. Hello, Shanti madam. Hello. Hello. Hello, madam. Yeah, I am not getting your tone, madam. I don't know why, because I have unmuted. Okay, you please. You please start your speaking, so I will adjust with the phone. This phone. Okay. But let me know anyway whether you are able to listen or not. Huh? Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity given to me to share some of my views. And I think the previous speakers have already covered everything, and got enough information from them. And so I would like to concentrate mostly on public activism. And even though we are well aware of the magnitude of the problem and other things. Can I have the slide, please? Yeah. Okay, madam, I will. Yeah. Okay, see, I would like to concentrate on the first slide, yeah. It's all about the violence against women. When we say violence against women, it is perpetrated by whom And as our previous speaker pointed out, we are not mentioning the name of the men at all. And as if, we are putting the blame only on women. And so you have to bring them into the picture. And see, this is not only men, but, even the entire society, we have to, and how they are trying to influence the opinions of the women also. So we have to be very careful. And when we define violence, what I would like to concentrate here is not physical violence, but also the mental agony that is being caused, and also the psychological problem that is being caused by the society in general. When I say society, I not only include men, but I include all the political leaders, lawmakers, and the legislations that are being passed, the collective opinion, how the society as such reacts to this particular problem. So violence is a very comprehensive thing. It not only includes, it just doesn't refer to physical violence. It refers to so many other things as well. And so that is thing which we have to take into account. And regarding the data source, you get all the data with regard to violence against women from NCRB, National Crime Records Bureau, and that collects data from the IPC, that is Indian Penal Code. Whatever cases are registered under that, they collect all the details, and then, they give it the annual detail you get from the book. But what I should say with regard to the data sources, the data is very much an underestimation. And why the disparities are there, and already we know that India is not, not evenly developed. There are so many areas where development is still lacking, and so a lot of differences are there as far as the management of the violence is concerned. In some of the backward states, you come across more crimes, and that is mainly due to so many problems, not only social problems, but also economic problems, due to poverty and, due to discrimination. When I say social, it's the caste factor also. So when you have the hierarchy, and also the caste hierarchy especially. So because of that, when people suffer mentally, somehow they want to take it out, and so women become the victims. And in those states, in most developed, most underdeveloped states, you find a lot of crimes taking place in those areas. So what I would like to say is, we can't be just depending only on data. The data is somewhat misleading, I should say. And the magnitude of the problem, why it is not being captured, because many women do not come forward to report. That is because of the social stigma, and they don't want to say. And moreover, when the police inquiry comes, they ask for the detailed information, and it is very agonizing to narrate the whole thing. So women, very often, they don't want to reveal as to what happened to them. So what type of violence took place, and whether they were raped or just physical harassment, they just don't want to say anything about it, and they hide the facts, and with the result, you don't get correct data at all. So it is very much an underestimation, and the NCRT itself accepts that the underestimation could be to the extent of 75 to 150%. So cases are actually many in number, but they are not coming to limelight. And another important social factor which we have to reckon here is the societal attitude. Whenever something happens, immediately put the blame only on the women. She has not been brought up properly, and she is not up to the cultural standards, things like that. So the onus is very often, we try to find fault only with women, not with men. And because of that societal attitude, And even women themselves, they imbibe that attitude because from childhood they have been asked to be, to follow all the restrictions and not to be open and to wear such and such dress and to behave in such and such manner. And so they think that they are inferior and they are subordinates and they are not equal. And so they themselves imbibe that kind of opinion. And that is the main reason as to why they do not want to reveal the actual fact. And so because of that also. Then another thing, the police is not that cooperative. And the case is they take their own time. And sometimes, if they get pressure from the political leaders, if the perpetrator of the crime is an influential person, and if he has got any political contact, or if, he is wealthy, or he is caste-wise, he is a superior caste, then there is so much of pressure on the police. And with the result, the police is not getting to register the case at all. So, since people also know that these are the actual facts, they do not want to come to legal process. So they just stay back and they don't want to reveal anything. Then the next point which I would like to talk about is attitudinal changes and legal reformation. And the previous speakers spoke in detail about the reforms that have been carried out in the legal arena. But what I would like to say is, how many acts are there in India? And these are even abortion law. It is not there in US also in certain states. But everything is there in our country. The Anti-Dowry Act is there, and Prenatal Justice Prevention Act is there, and every act is there. But none of the acts are being actually followed. And that is because, the public is not aware. The awareness is very, very, very low. And apart from that, nobody wants to have legal redressal because it takes a very, very long time. And, it goes on, and adds to mental agony. And so it's better not to go for any legal redressal at all. So how do we overcome these problems? Even you may have umpteen number of laws, but the way it is being implemented. And if a case is to be finalized within 3 months, means there should be some stipulation. And if you make a complaint and it will be solved within a matter of 6 months, then people will definitely come forward to register a case. But unfortunately, in our country, since it gets prolonged, nobody wants to approach the court at all. Even in the case of property disputes, also people are just fed up, and they don't want to go for any redressal. And this particular thing is a very sensitive issue. So women do not want to have any legal redressal. And so those are the things which I would like to concentrate. And finally, I would like to come to public activism. And that I will take it up. Next slide, please. Yeah, the type of violence we have already seen: rape, domestic violence, and sexual harassment at the workplace. And regarding domestic violence, I just, because the point which has been left out by the previous speakers, I would like to just point out. Now they have brought a new law in the law that as per the Hindu law, women have equal rights for property. So apart from the dowry and other things, the gifts that are given at the time of marriage, when the women get married and go, then immediately the pressure is there on that girl. You get your share, 50% of the share, whatever it is, depending upon the number of children. You go and get the share and come. So it has actually added to the misery of the women, I should say. And whether it is going to help women or not, definitely it is, it is harming them in so many ways. And even if the parents are very much alive, these people simply don't realize the in-laws and other people, the husband, they keep giving pressure. You go and get your due share because now you are entitled for the share. Then why should, in that case, actually, if you go by equality principles, many countries are getting poor. Apart from dowry, apart from the gifts given during the time of marriage, all the entire utensils, card, belt, and everything is given at the time of marriage. And apart from that, your motorbike or car, the demands are so many. And apart from that, if you are going to get 0.5%, 50%, whatever it is of the property, then the women are getting more and the men are not getting. So when you talk about equality, this we cannot accept. And domestic violence actually, now it has added, this new phenomenon has been added into the picture. So that's, please, because they did not point it out, I just wanted to point out that one. And coming to sexual harassment at the workplace, as I told you, it's most of the mental harassment. In Madras University, we conducted a workshop on sexual harassment at the workplace in 90s. And that time, we submitted the thing to the UGC, and based on that only, UGC also passed the regulation saying that all institutions should have a sexual harassment committee, redressal committee, in which 2/3 must be women. And in almost all institutions, this redressal committee has been appointed now as per the UGC regulations. And at that time, when we conducted the survey within our university, we covered almost all sections of people, sweepers, and the clerical staff, and the students, PG students, and also, doctoral, those who are working for PhD program, and then the faculty members. We covered all sections, and stories after stories, I don't know what to say. One of the clerks, one woman clerk, she told me that, she is not even allowed to go to the toilet by the superintendent or the superior, the section superintendent. One time, one visitor came to see that girl, and that girl, so they are named as second income like that. In Tamil, they use the filthy language. So that kind of treatment, when you get in the workplace, naturally, every day you have that mental agony, you feel very, you don't feel like working at all. And when I say harassment, it's not just physical harassment. It's mostly mental harassment as far as the workplace is concerned. And your promotion is denied in the corporate sector. I hear so many stories. And, even though you are a very good worker, your work is not. And, when a committee meeting and other things take place, she's after all a woman. She can't be having good opinions, or she may not be having intellectual ideas to share. So that kind of presumption. And, only men can contribute to some in a productive way, things like that. So that kind of attitude, it's not at all correct. And then coming to trafficking and kidnapping, almost all aspects have been covered. But one aspect which I would like to point out here is, in the case of women, 90% is for sex trade, to put them in the brothels. And so now cybercrime has gone up like anything. In the sense, the children of 18 years or 16 years, 17 years, when they come to the phone shop to recharge their cell phone, the number is taken, and then, they are tempted with all kinds of messages. Either they lure them with a very good job, things like that, or, for sexual purposes with other kinds of tempting remarks. And so these children, they fall prey. And because of their age, they don't use their discrimination. And they fall prey to these things. And trafficked, they are sold. Most of them are sold to this kind of brokers. And also for organ transplantation, and that is a new phenomenon which has come up now. And the atrocities experienced by women from womb to tomb, that has already been covered. Female feticide, female infanticide, and then child labor, the next stage, child labor, or acting as a surrogate mother, because the mother is going for work and she will be the mother for the rest of the children, the siblings, for the siblings. And early marriage, child marriage, and the repeated pregnancies and all kinds of things. And and the mania for having a male child. And suppose the first two children are the female children, then forced pregnancy and all kinds of things, from womb to tomb, till the death, what experience they have. And as a widow, and 3/4 in our society, 1/3 of the women are women-headed households. That is, it could be de facto or de jure. Either they are widows or the husband has gone to a far-off place to a their living, and she is living alone with the children. So 1/3 of the households in India is women-headed, and they manage the household so well. And mentally they are very strong. But because physically they are not strong, you take advantage of that and then try to humiliate them. And this is something which cannot be accepted. So the next slide. So the data sources I have already mentioned, and the causes for underreporting also I have talked about, and the legal issues also I pointed out just now. The next slide. Coming to public activism. Why do you want to have public activism? What is, first of all, public activism? See, in this connection, what I would like to point out is there are so many NGOs and also social activists who deal with all these issues. They are really doing a very nice job, but they're very few in number. When compared to the magnitude of the problem and the vastness of the country, the number is very, very small. And now the present one is, I don't know why the voice is not clear. Is it clear now? Hello? Okay, I will conclude anyway. Since public activism means, all of us must take up the responsibility. In a sense, as parents, we have to inculcate good values to our children. And we have to tell them that both men and women are equal, and the children have to be brought up, especially the boys, that they have to respect women. And they are equal, and they have to share the responsibility at home. From the way how the child is socialized. And so in that way, even the women are to be educated and the men are to be educated. And in the same way, we have to have, when I say activism, it's not enough to be done only by social activists. You have to take it to the school level, the curriculum, how to quality, and also talk about this equality between men and women, and need for equity, gender justice. everybody should have the knowledge about the atrocities that are being committed against women, and all how to make aware. This is how
Hello, ma'am. Of course. Right now, I am able to listen you, and I have recorded it also.
I don't know what
Maybe the reason it is there are a lot of disturbances, and your voice is also very low. Yeah, I know. Doesn't matter, ma'am. Sometimes it happens because here is also weather is not good. Uh-huh. Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, madam, for your valuable speech. You have given an elaborate speech on atrocities against women and need for public activism. You have elaborately given the types of violence, statistics, and steps to be taken by the public to curb these atrocities against women. Once again, thank you so much, madam. Now it is the time for feedback from due to the paucity of the time, I am leaving the feedback aside, and now it is the time for vote of thanks, and I request Dr. E. Konaprabha, co-coordinator for the present webinar and research associate, Women's Studies Center, to propose vote of thanks. It is over to you, Konaprabha.
Good evening to everyone. It is privilege and great honor to me to propose vote of thanks on behalf of Women's Studies Center and Department. First of all, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Jamna Madam, for her guidance and long-lasting encouragement and support in elevating our center. Thank you so much, Madam. I would like to express my gratitude to Professor D.M. Mamta Madam, Registrar, for her constant support to the center staff in organizing the programs. Thank you so much, Madam. It's my pleasure to express sincere thanks to our Dean, Professor Bharti Madam, for her congenial presence and precious inaugural address. I would like to thank the resource person of the webinar, Professor Shanti Madam, for delivering such an astounding speech And I would like to thank our other resource person, Dr. Sita Manikyam Madam, also for delivering such a spectacular lecture. A special thanks are extended to our head, Professor Sandhya Rani Madam, the organizing secretary, and under organizing secretary, Professor N.B. Chandrakala Madam, Department of Law, for their constant guidance and support. I would like to thank all the teaching and non-teaching staff of Women's Studies Center and Department for their support in organizing this national webinar. I would like to thank Shamshar for providing us technical support for this webinar. Last but not least, I would like to thank all the participants of the webinar, without whose participation and support this program would not have been succeeded. I am also thankful to all the supporters, directly or indirectly, who supported us. Once again, thank you all, and expecting your support and encouragement in our future programs also. Now it is over to Uma Devi Madam for some announcements.
Thank you, Prabha, for your fastidious vote of thanks. I would like to make some announcements regarding the webinar aspects. I am to inform you that our team is working hard in sending the e-certificates, and I request all the participants to submit the feedback form posted in the chat box. Until another 15 minutes, these chat boxes will be open. These chat box. These chat boxes will be open, and the feedback link will also be posted. The feedback link will also be posted, and all the participants are requested to fill the feedback so as to enable them to get the certificates. And it will take 3 or 4 days to 1 week for receiving the certificates, and all the participants submitted the feedback will receive the same. And you have to take care of yourself while filling the feedback link by feeding your email ID correctly, because I have corrected some of the email IDs while going through the registration forms. So I am advising all the participants to fill the feedback link very carefully, and the same will become, because it is an automatic certificate issue is enabled to the feedback link. Once again, I am thankful to you all for showering your valuable blessings, support, love, and affection, for making this program a grand success, and entreating the same cooperation and shore up in our future endeavors also. Thank you, one and all. Amma, ఒక 10 నిమిషాలు వెయిట్ చేస్తే ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ లింక్స్ పెట్టేద్దాం.
Chandrakala ma'am and Uma ma'am. Okay. I'm leaving the meet with your permission.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you.
ఇప్పుడు ఇది ఎట్లా ఇది చేయాలి?
ఉమా ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ లింక్ షేర్ చేయండి. ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ లింక్ షేర్ చేయండి అమ్మా.
చేస్తున్నాం మేడం.
ఓకే ఓకే.
అందరూ వెళ్ళిపోయారు మేడం, కొంచెం టైం పడుతుంది నాకు. అన్ని నేనే చూసుకుంటున్నాను ఇక్కడ.
అలాగే అలాగే. ఓకే.